some point we have to.
Big difference.
There it is! We're doing it!
Get on this side. In his text, I asked him what his position was.
Yes, yeah, that sounds right. He usually like stands on a box. I'm not trying to make it like a bigger.
Go, Beebs! Like very small investment firm you're in good shape at this point. You're back in outdoor. I'm hoping.
To take away the sins from sinners who trust in his name. Do you trust in the Lord Jesus Christ? So Jesus has taken away your sins. Jesus has saved your soul from hell. He has purchased you with his own blood, and he will bring you into glory. He will bring you into heaven. If you believe on the Lord Jesus Christ in your heart and confess with your mouth that God rose Jesus Christ from the dead on the third day. Hallelujah. This is the gift of God. Even eternal life. Eternal life is a gift that comes from God alone. Through faith in Jesus Christ alone. And the glory of God alone. Outside of Christ is only judgment. Outside of Christ is only hell. Outside of Christ is only loss of all things. Only fire and brimstone. And the word that does not die. And the fire that isn't ever quenched. There is no annihilation in hell. There is no rest in hell.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance into the stadium. Gates 1 and 3 are straight ahead. Shortest lines are all the way down. Take it all the way down. Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. The shortest lines are all
God. You need to get right with God. We're all sinners, we're all living on love. And the wages of sin is death. The wages of sin is death. You need to get right with God.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the
I'm not
World
better
Cup.
than you are. We're all criminals. We all need to be saved. All have sinned and come short of the glory of God. No one's here to take your money. No one's here to call you names. We're here to tell you the same gospel that saved our souls. That saved our souls from hell and from destruction. And that is that you are born a child of the devil and you must be born again.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup.
You're born a child of the devil. You're born a child of wrath. Even as others. But Jesus said you must be born again to enter into the kingdom of God. Adam and Eve sinned in the garden, and God was corrupted. Genesis chapter 6, it says that Adam and Eve had sons and daughters after Adam's image. After Adam's image. That was very explicit for a reason, because it shows that man was born from sinful Adam. And in the book of Corinthians, Paul explains how Jesus came to replace Adam as the representative of mankind. The Apostle Paul said that the first man, Adam, was of the earth, earthy. The second man is the Lord from heaven. And there is your proof text that Jesus Christ is God. Jesus Christ is God. He is the Lord from heaven.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup.
He is eternal life. And from the we'll have eternal life. Believe on him, we'll have eternal life. For as many as are led of the Spirit of God, they are the sons of God. The sons of God. You see that? That God himself was lowered himself into this earth.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance into the stadium, gates 1 and 3. The shortest lines are straight ahead. Go all the way to the end, folks. All the way to the end.
What a great God that we serve. The Holy Son, who died on the cross, and your sins on his back, to make a way for you to escape your judgment.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance into the stadium, gates 1 and 3. The shortest lines are straight ahead. Go all the way to the end, folks.
Don't harden your hearts. Humble yourselves under the mighty hand of God. Repent of your sins and believe in the gospel. Repent of your sins and believe in Jesus. Now is the
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance into the stadium, gates 1 and 3. The shortest lines are straight ahead. Go all the way to the end, folks.
with his mighty angel and flaming fire, making vengeance on them. We do not know God. Of those who do not believe the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ, we shall be covered with everlasting.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance into the stadium, gates 1 and 3. The shortest lines are straight ahead. Continue all the way down, folks, all the way to the end. All the way to the end, folks.
For God sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. Hallelujah.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. The shortest lines are straight ahead. This is gates 1 and 3. The shortest lines are straight ahead. Go all the way to the end, folks.
Jesus came to save people from their sins. If you show up to Judgment Day without Jesus, God's going to give you the red card. If you show up on Judgment Day and you don't have Jesus, who died for your sins, paid sevenfold, and gave you his life, which makes you holy in God's eyes, God's going to give you the red card. You don't want that card. You want to point on the scoreboard. You want to be right with God. Jesus gives you that through his righteousness. Jesus' righteousness, his obedience to God, makes you right with God. Makes you right with God.
He's
right with God. Not by going to church. Not by going to church.
Seattle and welcome to the
in obedience to the Father. Jesus is God. That's how he did all the miracles. That's how he rose again from the dead, because Jesus is God. So we can trust in him to make us right with God the Father. We can trust in God the Son to reconcile us to God the Father. And Jesus knows that by himself. You don't need the Pope. You don't need Mary or any other prophet in the Bible. The only one that you need is Jesus. Jesus is the way. Jesus is the truth. Jesus is the life.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. The main entrance.
When the apostle
This is the main entrance into the stadium, gates 1 and 3. The shortest line is straight ahead. All the way down, folks.
never known so long, you have not yet known me. Fear not. I am in the Father, and the Father is in me. The Bible says that Jesus is the invisible God. Jesus is God.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance into
Jesus, all things were spoken into existence.
the shortest line is straight ahead. Continue all the way to the end, folks. All the way down. Go all the way to the end for the shortest line. All the way down, folks.
The Son is in him. If you want to worship God, just love God for Jesus. All of the Buddhists, all of the Muslims, all the Hindus,
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance into the stadium, gates 1 and 3. The shortest lines are straight ahead. All the way down, folks. All the way down to the shortest line, gates 1 and 3. The shortest lines are straight ahead.
God's going to kick you out into everlasting darkness, prepared for the devil and his angels. There's been an eternity, unimaginable torment.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance to the stadium, gates 1 and 3. The shortest lines are all the way down, all the way to the end, folks. All the way to the end for the shortest line.
Evil. Oh God, must punish evil. The universe. He will not let his universe go into chaos. He will require your sin to die in your sin. All of your thoughts, all of your words, all of your deeds, from the day of your birth to the day of your death, will be publicly exposed.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance into the stadium, gates 1 and 3. The shortest lines are straight ahead. Go all the way to the end, folks. The shortest lines. All the way to the end for the shortest line.
Covered in your sin, he's going to go one by one to them all, in the presence of all of mankind who has ever lived, in the presence of all the holy angels, and in the presence of the devil and his angels. It will be publicly judged for all creation to see. There will be no excuse on Judgment Day, no way out of the judgment on Judgment Day. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. But those who put their faith in Jesus, those who trust in Jesus' life and not their own life, those who trust in the death of Jesus to take away their sins, those who trust in the life of Jesus to make them right with God, they will stand in the day of judgment. And God will bless them and say, "Come, you blessed, into the kingdom of your Father." They will come into heaven, not based on their lives, not based on their work, not based on their good deeds, but by the deeds of Jesus. Nothing in my deeds I bring, simply to his cross I came. Listening to the cross, you must sing. You must sing to Jesus. You must trust in his
Yeah, and then they came on that. I'm sure the bathroom. You can take that and send it all to it. It works. I was putting it beside it. Oh, Lord. Right there.
We have no choice. I need those tickets, and he's not in.
Is there ever going to be a...
I mean,
You guys, you guys...
Is it?
baby. Let's go. Damn fraud.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance into the stadium, gate 1. We're at the field. Right here to your right. The starting line is to your right.
Where are you going to spend eternity?
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. Stadium, gate 1 and 3. The shortest line is straight ahead. Go all the way to the end. Go all the way to the end.
Of the God-man Jesus. Jesus is God. He's able to save the uttermost all who come to him. Jesus is the true life. As many as come to him. He is all So if you're flipping me off, that must mean I'm doing something right. So praise the Lord, thank you Lord, hallelujah. That must mean I'm teaching the truth. Hallelujah, praise the Lord.
Yeah, I was thinking I would go in one of the places and get like an hour beer, but like there's lines.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance into the stadium. Gate 1 and 3. The shortest lines are all the way at the end. Go all the way through the end, folks. Go all the way to the end.
Judgment. How precious is judgment. Lord, are you going to send eternity? Think about that. Lord, are you going to send eternity? Heaven or hell? You trust in Jesus. You trust in Jesus. God bless you. Do you believe from the Lord? Jesus Christ in your heart. Are you not searching in your own life, but searching in the righteous way that Christ said for your salvation, for so that you are of God? And God will or already has the right to be here as God. Jesus is the Spirit of God. They are the sons of God. Hallelujah.
Sounds like that's
Praise the Lord for putting a spirit and love, ruin, sinner like us. The Bible says our good deeds are filthy rags to the Lord. The Bible says we're born in
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the
The Bible
World
says
Cup.
we're born children of wrath.
This is the main entrance to the stadium. Gate 1 and 3. The shortest line is all the way to the end, folks. Go all the way down. Hey, folks, if you're waiting for somebody to sit you down,
Of a woman, born of a virgin, made under God's law. That is under the curse of the law. For it is written, curse is every man that continues not, and doing all things that are written, and the curse of the law is here. Because no man shall be justified by the law in the sight of God. It is evident. For the just shall live by faith. You need the gospel to save your soul. Your soul is born torment and it's torment. Your soul is born torment.
good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance to the stadium. Gate 1 and 3. The shortest line is straight ahead. Go all the way to the end, folks. All the way down to the end. Gate 1 and 3.
Idolatry. You worship sport over God. You worship sport over your faith.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup. This is the main entrance. Gate 1 and 3. The shortest line is to your right. Go to your right, folks. The shortest line is to your right.
Sports and raise your children in the right way that they should go. You shoo them away with their iPad. You can drink your beer and watch your sports. Otherwise, you're God. That's the abomination of God. For the reason why this nation's under judgment. We're the way this nation needs to repent of sports, idolatry.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle and welcome to the World Cup.
You're sensing it since I'm trying.
This is the main entrance to the stadium. Gate 1 and 3. The shortest lines are all the way down, folks. All the way down to the shortest
So
line.
you're putting on your costume, holding against yourself. Right around your idol. And they're doing the same thing as the Native Americans. testify that Jesus rose again from the dead. There's your evidence. Not according to law. All you need is 2 or 3 eyewitnesses.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Seattle.
Over 500. Over 500. There's all the evidence that you need that Jesus rose again from the dead. But the Bible says in Romans chapter 1 that they exchange the truth of God for a lie and worship and serve the creature rather than
It's live? Let's go! Tell me I can break on. USA! 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 Trump is a sex offender. Aussie boys, we're all an offender. Donald Trump is a sex offender.
Game on the threes over that
get to go. Aussies.
Excuse me, where should I go here? I mean,
The double top thing. It's soft. It's soft. It's soft. It's soft. Yeah. Mate, we're staying in a place called Upside Down. I know.
Okay,
This is a big security. So you guys go that way.
Snakes lower than
USA, baby!
Yeah! Yeah! USA! Crank it up, baby!
Show me, baby! Show me, baby!
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. No.
Let's go, baby!
Let's go! USA! Yeah, let's do it, baby! Woo! On Australia! Go States! Woo! USA, baby, USA, let's go! USA, baby, USA! Let's go, let's go, let's go! I know, yeah, exactly. Go USA!
It's not cheap material. No, it's freaking tape. No, but it's not cheap material. Someone check it. They were fixing it the other day. All right.
We bought the tickets on the streets from this falafel restaurant. You guys like tickets?
USA! USA! USA!
team, you should jump and play this game. Me!
Go USA! Come on! USA! USA! USA!
That's his. Come on. That's him. I'm just trick his facial hair to try to.
Let's go USA!
Go!
Yeah!
right, Chad. Fins up. Let's go, baby.
England. You don't play?
I swear we're not making those people.
But it doesn't scream America.
Come on!
USA! You can shove your kangaroo up your ass. You can shove your kangaroo up your ass. You can shove your kangaroo, shove your kangaroo, shove your kangaroo up your ass. USA.
They're our biggest tenant, second only to ourselves. Who are you at?
Guys, I'm going to give you a chance to win a $25 live gift card. It's good for food and drink. You can also put it on your tab if you win. All right, if you like to play, we're going to do 15 questions. 15 questions. Scan the QR code to play. Punch in a kid-friendly name. Lots of children in the house out there, so don't humor me with your college humor trivia names. We'll purge all your points. All right, scan the QR code to play. We'll do 15 questions. Each question has a max value of 100 points. The faster you are with your correct answer, the more points you will get. The slower you are with your correct answer, you'll get some points. But that's called trickle-down economics. All right, 15 questions. Scan the QR code to play. I got a minute 20 on the clock. That's right, USA Trivia. Coming up, 15 questions. Scan the QR code. Get in it. You could win a gift card, a $25 live gift card. Good for food and drink. That's right. Look at that. Right. Hey, Mr. Ball's here. Got a soccer ball today. The wrecking ball's in the house out there. Look at that. I see it. All right. I just got me a new soccer ball. Look at that. Yeah, come take a picture with me, man. All right, well, we got 5 seconds left on that. Getting ready for question number 1 on trivia. We're gonna get back, all right? See you, man. All right. right, question 1 of 15. Here we go, USA Trivia up on the board. You can win a gift card, 25 bucks. $25. Put that on your table. Answers in front. It's Idaho. Jesse answered that the fastest. Paxton, you tied him. And then Michael right there.
Let's go, USA!
That justice. That's USA.
No man can come to God the Father except he be through him. Ladies and gentlemen, I know for many of you today, the last thing on your mind coming to the FIFA World Cup was to hear about Jesus. But God in His mercy, God in His grace had you come here today, not by accident, not by coincidence, but He gave you a divine appointment today to hear about Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen, what will you do with this gospel? What are you going to do with your sin? What are you going to do with the day of judgment? The Bible says it is appointed for man once to die, then comes the judgment. But we must all stand before the judgment seat of Christ and give an account for everything that we've done in the body, whether that be good or evil. That whosoever is not found written in the book of life, that they will be cast into the lake of fire, which is an evening wailing and gnashing of teeth. For the one never dies, the fire is unquenchable. The good news for you, ladies and gentlemen, is that Jesus is the Savior of sinners. But you will humble yourself before God. Cry out to Him for mercy. And will save you from your sins. Save you from yourself. Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ today. Shall be saved. For there is only one God, and one Creator, God and man.
These two people ahead of us. How do you jump?
For me, cheering on the USA. For some others, maybe not, but come on, USA! Hey, and we're really excited. Our partners from the Bay Area Host Committee are here, and they have donated 4 tickets to the knockout round game that is at San Francisco Bay Area Stadium coming up on July 1st. I don't know if you checked recently, but tickets to that are going for a goober amount of money, and you can win them for free at halftime today. So go over to the Pride House booth, buy some merch if you want, or just scan the QR code and you can get entered to win those free tickets that we'll be giving out at halftime to go to the World Cup and hopefully cheer on the red, white, and blue. Have a lot of fun today. Support the vendors. Check out the people in the back. Make sure you enjoy, and go USA!
All right, let's hear it for Zach. Okay, my friends, we're going to do a little trivia because I like to give away free stuff to get the crowd pumped up. Does that sound good? Okay. All right. I'm going to call on you. It's going to be a little bit difficult because there's a lot of people. We're going to do a little bit of World Cup trivia first. Okay? The USA made the quarterfinals. You're going to raise your hand and I'm going to fine you. USA made, you already raised it early, so you're out. Good try, though. Good try. I got to be humorous. I got you, though. I got you. The USA made the quarterfinals in what year? Yes, you. No, that is wrong. You behind you. You got it. Come up here and win a free scarf. That was it, but it was a great try. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. This is an Australia question. Australia has now qualified for how many World Cups in a row since 2006, since the great Goose Hiddink qualified Australia? How many World Cups? Closer. I want to help you, but I can't. This person knows. You got it. Correct. You raised your hand. Come on down. You're going to win a free World Cup poster commemorating the San Francisco Bay Area. That is 7 World Cups in a row. And shout out to my guy here for being brave. He's also going to win. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't even ask. Absolutely. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay. Okay, everybody, get on your feet. I'm going to throw some stuff. Who wants to win a free hat? Get on your feet. Let's go. Get on your feet. Let's hear it for the U.S. Let's hear it for Australia. Let's hear it for the U.S. and Australia. Here we go. Okay, Keith's going to do this one because I'm not very good at throwing. One more. One more. One more. All right. Make sure you enter the raffle for the tickets at halftime. Thank you so much. We've got anthems coming up here, and we're going to send it down to your match commentators, John Strong and Stu Holden, for the first half. Thank you all. We love you all. We appreciate you.
This type of walk, but only you, Lex, have done it on home soil. How does that change the dynamics?
Well, you look at it as responsibility to make sure that you harness the energy here and you do it not just for your country, but also for your sport in front of your country. But I think they look at it as opportunity. Whether they're on the field or whether they're a substitute tonight, the opportunity to play in front of this crowd in a home World Cup, because there is nothing better than a World Cup except for one thing, and that is a home World Cup. They've already got to the field last Friday, and they just continue on today.
Man, I've had goosebumps all day. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. I think the biggest thing is with this crowd, you want to harness that, and you want to get off to a good start, whether that's a tackle, whether it's a defensive play, but how amazing and unbelievable this is.
One thing you may have to keep in mind, this crowd, the energy outside the stadium, the build-up over the last week, we got to tone things down a little bit. Don't be overhyped for what could be just a massive moment in American soccer history.
remaining standing, if you're able, for the playing of the national anthem of the United States of America.
Goosebumps here, I hope you have them too. Can the U.S. pick up where they left off against Paraguay? Or will Australia spoil the Seattle party? Kickoff next.
What would you like the power to do?
Ask it. Like you always have.
Like you always have. Even when others counted you out. Ask it.
Keep asking.
And inspire the next generation to ask it too. Bank of America champions everyone who dares to ask. What would you like the power to do?
Wow, there's a lot of infection in there, Timmy. You're doing really well. Are you feeling anything? Coffee. I don't understand, but this is going very well. Coffee. Coffee? Coffee. Coffee. Coffee? Coffee? What's coffee?
FIFA World Cup 2026 on Fox is presented by Blaze.
It is a picture-perfect day in the Pacific Northwest. It is a wonderful setting for the latest installment and the biggest day in American men's soccer history. Game 2 at the World Cup for the United States as they take on Australia. And that is not your television. It is that loud. Here in Seattle, it's an all-German officiating crew, a very experienced VAR, an on-field crew that is in charge of a match for the first time in their careers here at the FIFA World Cup. And here comes the U.S. lineup without the injured Christian Pulisic.
A lot of talk coming in. Would he play, would he not? The answer is no, he will not. But Matt Freese continues in the goal, making his 17th appearance. The back line remains unchanged. Tim Ream and Chris Richards. Chris Richards did not misplace a pass in that last match. I think he's going to get more pressure. This is a back line that's conceded 11 out of their last 12 matches. Can they get a clean sheet today? Tyler Adams, you see he's on a yellow card in the middle. If he was picked up another, he would miss the next game. Weston McKinney, but the big news, Ricardo Pepi has not scored in a year and a half in the United States. Missed a lot of that with injury. Can he score today? Up against Patrick Beach. He was a surprise starter in game 1 for Australia, 22 years old. He's just making his 4th appearance for Australia. And surprisingly, 2 of their goal scorers from their first match against Turkey do not start in this one. Aaron Kunda was on the bench. Expect to see him in the second half. And Toure up front. He is a threat in transition. They have a lot of height. They play defensively. Let's see if the United States can compete and find a way to break down that back line.
What a special night that was Friday in Los Angeles. And now the roadshow's moved up the Pacific coastline to a city that is immensely proud of its soccer history. A city that has quite literally changed how professional soccer looks and sounds in this country. And now the question is, can the fans here in Seattle do for the United States what they have done so many times since 1974 for their Sounders? Roar them on to a win, and a win that would push the United States into the next round of this FIFA World Cup against an opponent like last week that is very motivated to try to spoil the party. Beautiful day here in Seattle. Everything we would have possibly hoped for the atmosphere. What about the game? It's underway. The United States in the red and white stripes. It's the Socceroos of Australia in yellow. It was not just special last week in LA, it was historic. 4 goals in the win against Paraguay. More goals than the U.S. has ever scored in a World Cup game. More goals than the U.S. scored in the entire last World Cup. And now a chance to do something that they've never done before. Clinch a spot in the next round with a game still to go. But Mauricio Pochettino was well aware of the fact that Australia is in exactly the same boat. They beat Turkey up the road in Vancouver, BC on Saturday night. 2-0 was the score. An errant pass. Motore trying to run away from Chris Richards. Fires in, and Matt Freese, who didn't make a single save last week against Paraguay, makes his first save of his World Cup career.
Well, just Freeman misplaying the pass back to Chris Richards. Here comes the transition. Talk about Toure with his speed. This is what he wants. Situations like this to go 1v1. But the angle was very wide and ends up being comfortable for Freese at his near post.
And Australia can clinch a spot in the next round with a win in this game as well. They are brimming with confidence. They are building momentum, and the Australians are spoiling for a fight here today.
So it is as expected formation-wise for the United States. Ricardo Pepi's up front, 2-striker look. That person there making the run was Anthony Robinson, trying to get onto that direct ball. Good pressure here from the U.S. high up early. This is going to be a bit of a scrap, I think, the early stages of this game. Australia, we talked about how defensively they had 29% possession in their first match against Turkey. Lowest ever for them in a World Cup match, yet they won 2-0. That shows you they don't need the ball. They're quite comfortable without the ball. Anthony Robinson, far side of the screen. He's going to play high. It's going to bring Tillman inside to create some of these midfield rotations that were so successful for the U.S. in their first match.
Austin McKay trying to angle it in there. Looking for Flo Balogun. It was Cameron Burgess who sends it out. And they just miscontrolled on the outside by Nishan Valupale. Tony Popovich was playing for Australia at the World Cup 20 years ago. He kind of rescued their qualifying campaign. One of the things he talked about yesterday at the press conference, very similar to an American soccer standpoint. He said, we're trying to put Australia's soccer on the world map. It was great that we won, but now we've got to back it up and do it again. Anthony Robinson. Working Italiano was able to block the cross. It's not going to be a corner. Decision from our referee, Felix Zayers. It's a goal kick.
I think he's going to be a really important player today for the United States in the attacking half of the field. Boy, I wish they had him. Christian Pulisic, fitness knock. Would he be in? Would he not? He is out and unavailable for the U.S. So that means that then Pepe came into the lineup. You're seeing a little bit of a different look formation-wise, but the big thing for them is having the 2 center forwards up against the 3 giant center backs for Australia and trying to create some movement. Here they are combining early.
A foul there and a free kick for Australia. Jenny Taft down the field. The extent to which you can hear anything we're saying. What more can you add on Christian Pulisic being out here today?
Well, John, Mauricio Pochettino telling me before the match Christian Pulisic is making good progress. The hope is he is ready and able to be selected soon. Truthfully, he was a little sad. He did everything to try to be available today. I actually saw Christian Pulisic encouraging teammates before this match. He's been positive on the bench, specifically hugging Ricardo Pepi and offering some words of encouragement there as well.
And Jenny was the first one to bring us that news about an hour and a half before kickoff today. Pulisic took a kick to that calf in practice in the days before the Paraguay game. It tightened up during the first half as he became the USA's all-time leader in World Cup assists. And so that's the question. Who steps up into that absence and lifts the U.S. forward today? And then we see Weston McKennie popping up on the outside. Freeman trying to lift it up towards McKennie here, able to bring it down, doesn't use Dest. Gets a cross in instead. Pepe putting his head down. Balligan's in the area. Gonna fall to Anthony Robinson, and the whistle is gone. Before the shot was taken from Robinson, Felix Fire spotted a foul in there against the U.S.
But this is a great example of why you play with two strikers. And the running from Weston McKennie today, as it was against Paraguay, is going to be very important, because that starts to draw players out of position. But now you've got Balogun attacking the near post, then Pepe coming over his shoulder. So traditionally, the U.S. just play with one. You've got 3 versus 1. This time you've got 3v2, but the movement in there just causes a little bit of chaos, and it almost bounces to Pepe. But a good early look. And the most important thing when you get into good positions in wide areas, you have to beat the first man. McKennie did there, and the U.S. almost finding a way through.
Freeze under some pressure here. Chris Richards under some pressure. It's another turnover at the back for the U.S. in possession. Great work by Chris Richards there, taken away from Balubale. Pepe broken up by Harry Sutar. Came to the back of Pepe, no foul. Here's Toure now sandwiched by U.S. defenders. Ream comes out there with the ball. And then Tillman knocks it out for an Australia throw, and the U.S. starting a little frustrated right now.
Yeah, the turnovers will be your worst enemy in a game like this, where Australia, look, we talk about them sitting back deep, but when they feel there's a chance to press, and you're facing your own goal, they're going to squeeze the game up, and they force the U.S. into 2 careless turnovers that have almost proved opportunities for them to find a way and attack the U.S. goal. So that is something in the middle of the field to be very aware of as Pepe's chasing down Sutar here.
And the big man Harry Sutar, the captain, back to the youngster Patrick Beach, just his 4th ever appearance for Australia at the age of 22, but a monster night in the opener, 8-save shutout. It was promising there for a moment, but it was errant from Balogun for Tillman. Freeman wins the challenge in the air. McKennie has it knocked away. Adams got that. That's a tough tackle there. That was Matthew Leckie, long-time Australian veteran, who catches Tyler Adams, and Adams is down hurt.
And Leckie was not a starter in the first game, 35 years old. They want to bring his experience into the game. To me, that's a yellow card. Not giving that yellow early. The ball's very clearly gone. He's late catching the left leg of Tyler Adams there. And he's getting a strong talking to, but no card issued on the play.
Tyler Adams there, such a leader on this team, such an important part of this team since he was a teenager. And Mauricio Pochettino, speaking to him yesterday after practice at the University of Washington, he speaks so much about the mental side of the game, and he said, more than anything else, we have to compete. We win or we don't win. Okay, we have to compete against Australia. Nice sequence there. Weston McKennie has Dest inside, able to bring it in for Adams, holds off Toure. Dest, McKennie, great return to Dino Dest. Bird just got his body in the way. Freeman holds it in. And one of the interesting things, it's not hot, it is warm in the sun, and the sun is really shining down on that field. It's not zipping around as much, the ball, as we saw in LA last week.
Really good early signs, though, the U.S. getting Weston McKennie involved. He is going to be the key in this game. His running will unbalance this Australian defense. You just see he's very intelligent the way he moves off the ball, times his runs, and especially on this right side, the relationship with Dest, as you saw there. The two of them move so well off each other. Here they are again.
McKennie, great first touch, able to recover on the second. In for Pepe, back for Adams. There's Weston once more. He's actually from these parts, Weston McKinney, even though his hometown is Dallas. He was born just down the road at Fort Lewis. His dad, longtime Air Force veteran. It's part of why he lived in Germany as a kid. So he doesn't have a ton of memories of Seattle, but this is, in one way or another, his hometown.
And it was Dest who starts the play initially. But look at that running from McKinney. That attracts two defenders. And the smart thing that Dest does is he stays on the move. Doesn't make him easy to mark. Gets the shot with the left foot. But as you said, Burgess coming across, making that really good block. That's something Australia do well. They block shots. If you think you've got daylight, they converge on it very quickly.
Oh, there's a step on Chakotay. Balogun to the byline. Balogun to the back.
Mauricio Pochettino changes the formation, plays with two strikers for exactly this reason right here. Pepe stays centrally right now. Australia a little bit late to step out, but it's the running out of the middle into the channels. Something the U.S. was so effective at, and it's Balogun driving. You've got numbers in the box that Australia have to be aware of, and then the ball just put in the back of the net by Cameron Burgess. It's an own goal, but Pepe is there waiting for it. Destin made the run to the near post. Can't quite clear, trying to get his feet set. But it's a great ball in from Phil Balogun that creates that. But putting pressure on this five-man back line, and the U.S. find an early breakthrough once again.
Australia right back on the attack. Jacob Italiano blocked by Anthony Robinson, trying to play Leckie. Green is there. Tillman can't cleanly escape. Italiano running in. Important interception by Adams. Then trying to get Italiano involved. Crossing in, Moture brings it down. Toure turns to face. Toure into the middle. The Lupulé to follow. Shot just wide. Well, Matt Freese, cement shoes there as Matthew Leckie goes close.
Instant response from Australia. Good movement off the ball. Leckie starts on the far right side and drifts in. There's a lot of U.S. bodies there, but Lupulé, very good job just shielding Chris Richards and lays it off to be hit first time. That's not far away. Outside of the foot, looking for that far post.
Robinson with some pressure from behind there again. If whoever wins this game clinches their spot in the next round. With a game still to go. If the finish is a tie, neither team would clinch, and there are scenarios at play for both teams where the late game tonight, the other game in the group between Paraguay and Turkey, the U.S. could end the night clinching top spot in the group. Not just advancing. Another hit pass there by Burgess. It was his own goal that gave the U.S. the early lead. Tillman got a leg for Dest. That's going to be a U.S. corner.
And it's a credit to the U.S. for how dynamic and, quite frankly, just the athleticism and speed at which they can play with. And just an ability when the ball is turned over, first pass forward, Balogun turns, lays it off, runners everywhere. And Australia really, as they were on that own goal, scrambling to clear the ball, it goes out for a U.S. corner.
Felix Viers going to manage the jockey for position.
But they stack their big bodies, Australia, at that near post. So more than likely the U.S. here will try to hit the back post and try to free guys up. That's what the conversation is right now about jostling, shirt pulling, tugging. Referee's got an eye on it, but the U.S. are trying to free Chris Richards up. That's the guy you want to find for Malik Tillman here.
Tillman swings it in. That was McKinney blocked. And it was a handball against the United States.
But that's what they did. Beat that first man, get over the 6'6" Harry Sutar. And it's Weston McKinney, whose last goal for the U.S. was off a set piece against Belgium. He gets a great look at it there. Well, you see, it was blocked by his boss, comes right off his chest, and then the right hand of McKenny hits it on the way back out. Great block by Boss, because that was going in that far corner.
Again, you see the way the ball's just slowing up a little bit on some of those passes at the back, and the way the Australians are chasing it down and causing some pressure. A little flick there by Dest. That was Burgess going up the back of Balogun. Adams tackles it away, but it falls to Torre. Chris Richards is there. And then Adams is chopped down. And this is part of the conversation in this game today. Australia want to make it physical.
Yeah.
They want to make this tough, so how does the referee handle it?
Well, the referee is important, but if you go back to the friendly where the two of these teams played the last time, the man not playing today, U.S. is...
So how does the referee handle it?
Well, the referee is important, but if we go back to the friendly where the two of these teams played the last time, the man not playing today, U.S.'s star player, Christian Pulisic, was kicked around. Mauricio Pochettino not happy with his own team's reaction and how they stepped up their physicality. Second half, they changed that. They ended up winning that game 2-1. And from that point on, there was a marker that was laid down to all of the players. And the U.S., I would say, if they prove their intensity, their physicality, that should be a foul. That's going to be the game's first yellow card here on Boss.
Jordan Boss there catching Weston McKennie up high.
Also, when you can't tackle a guy, you got to foul him. And that's what they're doing. McKennie just popped up to the face from Boss there. That's what the yellow card is. But he's just been excellent again. For the almost identical starts to the game against Paraguay. Own goal for the opposition. The U.S. with a couple of nervy moments in the beginning, as they did against Paraguay. And then from that point, it has been all U.S. And now they're going to get another chance from a set piece here.
And you've got Tillman and Anthony Robinson getting set over the ball. The U.S. is going to push just about everyone up for this.
I'm interested who's going to take it, because you have two options. The left foot of Robinson, which would bend on top of Beach, or Tillman, who had a good one. But I would put pressure on this young goalkeeper straight away here.
Robinson runs away. Tillman sends it in. It's McKenna with a flick. Draws a few oohs from the crowd. But he's a guy that he's coming off a career year, Weston McKennie. Such an important piece of, as we see Robert Kennedy Jr. in the stands here today, here in Seattle. And it's not just, you know, oh, that's another giveaway. It's Tillman. It's Australia trying to play out of the back. Tillman into the middle, too far for Balogun. But for McKennie, it's not just the stats, it's the fact that he's played in different positions for his club in Italy, Juventus. He's indispensable to them all over the field. He goes wherever he wants. He makes the game wherever he wants. And that was, I think, a big part of why you immediately, when we knew Pulisic wasn't going to play, said, Weston's got to be the guy today.
And because of the role that he is featured in, there's a big question. What position is his best position for the United States? Is he deeper? After seeing the season he had in Italy, where he was providing goals and assists, and that's part of that intelligence. And Mauricio Pochettino has found the right role for him. They have good structure behind the ball, so he doesn't have to worry as much about the defending, and he can just go and find those spaces that make an opponent uncomfortable. And a note on the field, you talked about it, how the grass is drying up. You saw that on the turnover from Australia. Because of the heat here today, it is a slower moving ball, and a couple of times Australia have left passes short that the U.S. have jumped those passing lanes. So we'll see if that has an effect as this game goes on.
Under some immediate pressure there. Just glides away from Jordy Boss, was able to poke it away as Dest was looking to make his move. Comes to Anthony Robinson now. He's looking in for Pepe there. It was Aiden O'Neill of New York City FC and MLS, teammate of U.S. goalkeeper Matt Freese, who intercepted that pass. Freeman for Weston McKennie. Boss defending on a yellow card. little under hit there, and Adams had to quickly recover it. Thumbs up for Winston McKennie at the end of the play. Reed, it's the wrong side of McKennie. It's going to work, though, for Des to keep it in play. In for McKennie. Can he catch it? No. There's the loop play there. Backtracking, but it's getting away again. Good pressure by Des. Into the box. A lot of numbers in there. Adams couldn't walk his way through.
Australia nowhere to go, though. Nobody on the transition except for, look at the speed from Toure. Matt Freese is going to be alert to come out of his goal to deal with this one and just boot it. Looks like it stayed in.
It did stay in play. And that was great work by Alex Freeman as well, putting a body on Toure to try to slow him up. That is where Australia are just so dangerous. Leckie wins the knockdown. Italiano now. Anthony Robinson there. And it's a U.S. throw. Last off the Australian player. Well, the U.S. getting an own goal for a second straight game. That has never happened in the history of the FIFA Men's World Cup. And in fact, all time, only France have benefited from more own goals than the United States. That is number 5 in the history of the U.S. But as you pointed out, it's not just because of a terrible error as much as it is you create that chaos.
And as you pointed out, who cares who scores? It's a goal for the United States.
Some strikers might. Adams over the top. Is it going to sit for something? Couldn't take it on play and beats us there in time.
And he's looking, how did I miscontrol that? I don't think he gets enough credit for the running he does off the ball.
McKennie, foul again, blocked. And then Leckie, that was good work to kind of look Anthony Robinson off and allow Italiano to get on the run. Italiano trying to cut inside Anthony Robinson. Good support from Tillman. Bring in Flo Balogun. He scored twice in the game against Paraguay. Described it as a dreamy night. First time since 1930 the U.S. got multiple goals out of a player in a World Cup game. A guy that could have played for Nigeria, where his parents are from, was playing for England at youth level where he grew up. He chose to play for the United States where he was born. Told us yesterday the American people are passionate. They're upbeat. I love that about them. And he said you felt that in the atmosphere in LA. You're feeling that today as well as Toure lays it off for Leckie, who's going to keep it in play. Reed defending. Leckie crossing in.
Really important because I thought deliberately had a jump on him and just watch Freeman at the end of this accelerate to get away. Good long build-up from Australia. They get a look that they would want. They're 3 against 3 right now. The U.S. want to always be +1. In the defense, making sure they have a man that can cover. Look at that. And speaking about own goals in situations where you're under pressure, they maybe the ball can go anywhere. Great concentration, committed early, gets his foot across, but it's going to be a corner. They have some big targets. Sutar, 6'6". To the other 2 center backs, Burgess and Chicani, 6'3" and 6'4". So this is an area for the U.S. right now. As you can see, the height advantage right there for Sutar.
All Ocon Eggs was a take. First corner of the game for Australia. And it's just clipped up there towards the penalty spot. Knocked down. Freeze had to wait. Should be another corner, I think. There was West in there. Tyler Adams, in fact, who got a touch. A little hesitation from the referee.
So what Australia were trying to do there is really a lofted ball that allows Sutar with his height to win that first one, which he did. And then gets poked away from Burgess at the end. It'll be another corner. They're stacking their bigger players at the back post. That's the man they're trying to free up. So Freeman's trying to wrestle him right now just to make sure he can get position. But it's a tight box. Referee's looking right at that.
So we're on the other side of the foul there as Matt Freeze ends up on the deck. And that will take us to our match break, sponsored by Lenovo. Halfway through the first half of play on just a glorious, sunny, and more importantly, loud day in Seattle. It's the United States up 1-0 on Australia. USA flexing up there, man. All right, guys, looks like everyone's got their... Hey, who doesn't have a Team USA jersey? Who doesn't have a Team USA jersey? All right, you want a Team USA jersey? I got this one right here. Right here. Who wants this one? I got this one right here. That was pretty sweet. All right, you want that one? Get your phone out. Scan this QR code up on the screen. All right, we're going to put that up there. 5 minutes on the clock. 5 minutes on the clock. Scan the QR code. Get your name in the bowl. I'm going to call one of your names. Scan that QR code right now. Come on. I'll give you the shirt. Yeah, if you scan the QR code. All right. Scan the QR code. We're going to do this for the hydration break. All right, 2 minutes left on the clock. We'll do 2 minutes. Scan the QR code with this Team USA jersey I got. He wants a jersey. All right, looking at the clock, I got 1 minute, 1 minute. All right, here's what we're going to do. All right, time is up. If your name is Kimberly Pham, come get your jersey. Kimberly Pham, come get your USA jersey, girl.
I think you want to try to avoid, but it is good. When the field is watered and you have an opportunity like that, where now the game will be
Bring me your ID, your passport, your UTA student ID card.
U.S.
Costco executive card.
With the win, clinching a spot in the next round with a game still to go. Thursday night down in L.A. against Turkey, and as you saw, 2 of the 3 possible results.
Library card, Hunter's
when
permit.
Turkey play Paraguay tonight would mean the U.S. actually clinch the top spot in the group. And that's the most favorable path for them into the knockout round. Anthony Robinson, long run forward. Robinson's cross sails away from him. Although that was going out, or was it already out? It was already out before Boss touched it there.
Something I've been very impressed with, and this was the hope in playing 2 strikers, is that one will stay centrally, the other one is going to run. And that's flip-flopping between Pepe and Balogun. But in that sequence there, Pepe had made a great 30-yard run in behind. He didn't get the ball, but it doesn't matter because it dragged the center back with him. And it opened that space then for Robinson to make that run. The service was there, didn't come off, but great signs for the U.S. The center backs, they don't want to make those runs. But when you force them to, and they have to, it wears them down. And maybe it doesn't happen in that moment, but then the next one, you open up space for your teammate.
First time in a decade, the U.S. men are playing here in Seattle. It's a completely packed house. It's been just incredible scenes, even around the city in the last 2 days. This is a stadium built with World Cup soccer in mind, unlike a lot of the other NFL stadiums that these games are being played in. When the plans were drawn up, and the late Paul Allen, who was the driving force behind building this stadium, they made sure the stadium was built wide enough to hold a World Cup soccer field, which is more than 20 yards wider than an NFL field. Let alone all the support here over the years for the sport of soccer. Can the U.S. make it that much more a perfect day by getting a win? Alex Freeman just able to keep that away from Motore. Now Reed has Pepe running. It's hit backwards there by Tricati, and it's cleaned up error by Italiano, and it gives the U.S. a point.
Italiano's head spinning right now, quite frankly, because he's not sure how far and how aggressive he should be with Anthony Robinson. And then that space when he steps out, the U.S. are saying thank you very much. Because Tricati doesn't want to come out of the box. He wants to stay within the lines of the box and defend. And the U.S. are taking advantage of that space down either channel, which was similar channels against Paraguay. I wasn't sure there would be that same space, but the movement and the running off the ball has been excellent once again from the U.S.
Lee Tillman once again to take. In swinger. Richards was up for it, just too tall for him. Hard running there to chase it down by Alex Freeman, and he wins the throw for the U.S. with that effort. 21 years old, has just burst onto the scene in the last year. Chris Richards telling us yesterday, Alex is a joke. He's made the leap. Son of Antonio Freeman, Green Bay Packers wide receiver, Super Bowl winner. 30 years ago was catching touchdowns. Here, it's the same spot as the old Kingdom, when he was playing for the Packers against the Seahawks, and now his son is playing for the United States in a World Cup game. Tillman has a couple options. Stallion able to hold it up. Tillman tripped up. Free kick U.S. is going to get the park, and here it is.
Passing, movement, one-touch, quick combinations. It's going to be so difficult all day long for it, but what a first touch from Tillman as well. I mean, to be able to shift his balance and momentum there, just to take...
It's like a cheese grater. Look at that.
Just raking down the side of his left leg there.
Sandro Tricati, 22-year-old, born in Italy, grew up in Australia. His dad was a professional player, actually switched a couple years ago from playing for Italy to playing for the Socceroos, and now he joins Jordy Boss as being on yellow cards right now. Anthony Robinson, the ensuing free kick. Richard tried to get in there, and there was a foul as there's an Australian player down before it reached Richards. Now coming up next on Fox, action from Group C, Scotland facing Morocco. What a scene that's going to be in Foxborough, Massachusetts. Followed by Brazil against Haiti in Philadelphia. Those matchups are after us today as World Cup coverage continues on Fox.
There you go, U.S. Soccer royalty. Casey Keller, Alex Morgan, Jill Ellis, and Silvano Carrasco.
I don't know who that is.
Casey Keller, another one of those just important, foundational Seattle Northwest members of, as you put it, soccer royalty, former starting goalkeeper for the U.S. in a World Cup. Alex Morgan, a World Cup winner. Jill Ellis, a World Cup winning coach. And Tony Popovich right now had an unbeaten first year as Australia's coach until October, when they lost to the U.S. in a friendly. Again, we call them friendlies, old-fashioned term. Mauricio Pochettino really dislikes that term. Non-official matches. The U.S. came from behind in Denver to win that game. It was a nasty game. It was physical. This one has had moments of it. Des goes down. There was Okan Engslow there. And for what it's worth, that game, Christian Pulisic actually came off hurt midway through the first half. So it's not altogether different that the U.S. is playing without Pulisic today, in the sense that they had to do the work without him in October.
But these little plays will frustrate the opposition. As long as you can do it in the right way. This Australian team right now reeling a little bit from the start that they've had. They have the one opportunity where Leckie has the outside of the foot shot, but largely been on the defensive side of the game. For them, that's not unusual, but just the way the U.S. have been able to pin them down but still be dangerous. Oftentimes you see them sitting in a deep block and conceding shots from distance. A lot of times his test has just been all tournament long. Just tries stuff. It's fun to watch, but more importantly, when it comes off, he breaks open the game. Love seeing him in this attacking position on the right.
Balogun all the way out to the left. Good work by Italiano to not let him through that time. That was how the U.S. created that own goal. Robinson dumped off the ball off the... I mean, think about it, the U.S. does not have a shot on goal right now. They've not really created a ton of chances in 35 minutes, but one of the chances they did create ended up in the back of the net. Comes into Balogun. Can he get up to it? He can. Still full Balogun. Dancing. Loving it. Feeling it. Italiano was there to tackle it out in front of Robinson. And that's the big difference because Turkey couldn't find the back of the net with the chances they were creating. Saturday night in Vancouver. The old cliche in the game is that goals change games, and how different this is for the sake of that goal.
But the difference also is, if you look at the stat line, Turkey had a ton of shots, but a lot of those shots were outside the box. They didn't test the Australian goal in Patrick Beach, so the U.S. being patient in moments and waiting for the gaps to open up. But while having the ball and shifting it quickly, you're wearing down the opponent. So you're doing the work for later in the game, not just now. That's something to consider for the second half, and as this game goes on, the opposition tires. And this is something I have loved from this team. From 1 to 11 on the field, closing down, counter-pressing when the ball turns over, just a real commitment to stop the opposition getting anything.
There's Malik Tillman there, German born and raised, son of an American serviceman. Serginho Dest out on the right, born and raised in the Netherlands. His dad, longtime member of the military who served in Vietnam. We mentioned Weston McKennie, who was born at Fort Lewis. It's a big part of the story is the number of players over the years and on this team. Sons of American servicemen. And whether raised in this country or not, in that case, they choose to play for the United States. And these guys are so dialed into this opportunity. The crowd in LA, the way the country's engaged. Great turn by Pepe. Flo Balogun now has Dest. Australia flooding numbers backwards, crossing in. Pepe rising up. Those big hairy suits aren't headed away. The Australians struggling to deal with it. Dest trying to get in. Scrambled out for a U.S. throw.
Another good example. Instead of the ball turning over and retreating, no, put the pressure on. Well, the ball's in their box. Great recognition by Dest. It was his cross that was cleared away. Follows the ball in. And just a lot of panic at the back from Australia. As that ball's out, it will be an Australian throw.
Remember on Friday, it was 1-0 for a long time. It was later in the half. The rest of the goals came. Alex Freeman is down, holding the back of his head as his call up on Ainsler. And immediately the medical staff are rushing out.
Yeah, Freeman was just trying to flick this ball on. And Okan Ainsler just crashes into the back of it. Two players challenging for the ball. It is a foul, but there's nothing more in this one. And Tim Ream, as we so often see, this captain coming over, he's a coach on the field for Mauricio Pochettino with his experience.
And a chance for the Australians as well to come over to their coach, Tony Popovich.
And this is Chukati on the right side of Australia's defense, and I just even by his hand motions there, I think he said, look, when I have to step in with Balogun, it's leaving space in behind him. That's what I've seen him struggling with, that decision-making. If I leave him, then he's wide open. If I go with him, I'm opening up space. And this was on the goal. This was Balogun running in behind him. Gets in behind, squares the ball across. Southon had to commit to the near post to try to block it. And then Bo just puts it in. If he doesn't, Pepe's putting it in. So it's a tough spot for a defender, especially when you're going with that left foot there. It's hard to get your body turned and clear.
Joyous scenes throughout the building here in Seattle as Alex Freeman is sitting up now. Okan Ainsler is on his feet. There you see Freeman now. Being held back up to an isolation. All right, we're coming up to the Visa halftime show live here on Fox. Rob Stone and our crew of American soccer royalty down to our left. Great scenes pregame. Around their set out on the plaza on the north side of the stadium.
And this is good. These are team doctors right now checking these guys for potential concussion symptoms, making sure that they're clear to continue in the game. And that's what the referees, the conversation is right here.
Out of view of that, Chris Richards has run over to have a chat with Mauricio Pochettino. It's just so tough because you want to play, if you're a player, you want your starters on the field, if you're a coaching staff, but you just have to be so smart about long-term health. The brain is a muscle that is just, as we all know, it's hard to really know for sure in the moment. And so, being very intense.
Hey, please don't stand on the furniture, bro. Please don't stand on the furniture.
Are continuing. There will be quite a bit of stoppage time coming at the end of the half between the break and then the stoppage there. So a long way still to go. The U.S. a goal to the good, the 11th minute own goal. Matt Freese has made one save. His counterpart Patrick Beach has actually not made a save. The U.S. has not managed a shot on goal yet, just the own goal. As Freeman has it tackled out, and you see O'Connell with the kind of bandaging and I guess Vaseline, for lack of a better word, on the back of his head.
And the possession stats for the United States looking very similar to the first game against Paraguay. 71% of the ball in the first half. Right now it's a 70-30 split. So both teams tracking exactly how we felt the game would line up. Can the U.S. find a second goal?
Austin McKinney nicely moved to get away. Underhit trying to roll it in for Pepe. Put it right back to him though. Here's McKinney. Look at all the yellow shirts in there though. Struggling to find a way to go. Freeman for Dent. Tillman's out on that side now. Under control. Tillman now for the first time working hard to win the ball back for the U.S. He's getting wrapped up. He's getting poked out. Dent comes in. Referee looking at it. Free kick U.S.
Wow. Man. So Junior Dest brings the game to life with his skill as it comes wide. Little two-man game.
See how he's pulling on him?
Fine.
Man.
And I thought perhaps a chance for a penalty there if Dest
what's up with that?
His legs and takes some of the contact. So very honest, because so often you see players, he got in there first, he touched the ball to the side, and I think if he just takes that contact from Burgess, that's a penalty. But he stays on his feet thinking he can get on the end of that one, leads to the set piece.
Robinson fizzing it back, Serginho Dest!
Yeah, the first shot in from the US attacker, it comes off a bit Australian defender, but that's it.
I think that's offside, too.
It still be offside. However, I think that the defender, the replays that I was showing, the Australian defender's coming back, and I think that the back leg is just playing the player Balogun who scores the goal, and I think he put him in an onside. I think this could be given as a goal.
Yeah, I think so too, Mark. Right at the top there. And it's a great recognition there of an opportunity for Freeman, who ends up heading that ball in.
And this is where the semi-automated offside technology is mapping all the players. It's microscopic.
And looking at this can be deceiving,
but because there was a second U.S. player who was in an offside position. Here's the decision. We'll wait for Felix Wagner.
After factual review, the goal scorer was not in offside position.
almost going off the field to staying on the field. What a moment for that young man, 21 years old.
He had an assist in game 1. He's got a goal in game 2. We're into 7 added minutes at the end of the first half. It was a big talking point. It was a part of the crisis this team was in a year ago, that so many of the top players were not a part of the CONCACAF Gold Cup. Alex Freeman is one of the guys who got his opportunity as a result, and he has, after becoming a lockdown starter under Mauricio Pochettino at that Gold Cup, played in every single game since. You take your opportunity whenever, however it comes. And how similar that is to the game Friday against Paraguay for the U.S. to get another goal late in the half. There might be more coming. We've still got good 5 minutes here. Tillman wins the corner.
Look, I was told this crowd were the 12th man. I'm going to say they're the 12th, 13th, 14th man. I mean, the energy, the sound in this building from the moment this team walked out. In fact, yesterday, walking the streets, just such a buzz all tournament long. These U.S. fans are fired up, and quite frankly, for good reason. This team is delivering, and once again carrying a 2-goal lead right now.
Tillman has Anthony Robinson a short option. Robinson runs away. Tillman hooks it in. Body's already down. Richards was rising up, and there was a foul there as the Australian defender went down. I think for copyright reasons, they're not allowed to say 12th man. They're the 12s. But I think in this context, so here's a look back at.
Well, the U.S. recognizing also that Australia were very deep, and Dest was wide open at the top, so it actually wasn't even close in the end. And Alex Freeman, I do love that as that ball popped up, he turned so quickly to be there. Look, what a rise. You talked about it. Father, an NFL player, widely successful. He came up through the Orlando City Academy, made a move over to Spain, playing now in Villarreal, one of the best leagues in the world in Spanish La Liga. Has just become such a dependable player for Mauricio Pochettino.
Well, that was misplayed there. Ream was a bit late, and the decision is going to go against Australia. Handball on Jordi Baz, who thought he was running through there.
Yep, great call. Felix Weyer, referee, has been all over it. Good first half from him as well, I feel, in game management, giving out cards when he needs to, letting the intensity be high. There'll be a lot of questions for Tony Popovich going into the half of how do you change? Look, for the Australians, they're going to be chasing this game a little bit. But now you're starting to also think this is game 2 of 3. Third place finishers will go through. Turkey going to play later on today against Paraguay. This is an Australian team by winning that first game and put themselves in a good position, but you don't want this to get ugly. But how hard do you go and come back at the U.S.?
And from a U.S. standpoint, it was one of the things that we talked about with Chris Richards yesterday. They didn't want to get complacent off the back of the first win. And you don't want to get complacent now.
No.
Because Paraguay worked their way back in for a stretch there in the second half. And you know the Australians are going to spend the entire halftime yelling and screaming and getting fired up.
And the hope is as well for this U.S. back line, they take some pride in a clean sheet. Because they sat out there, they've conceded a goal in 11 of their last 12 games. And as it was against Paraguay, a goal that came out of nothing. A clean sheet, no goals against would be huge for this confidence of this group defensively. As that one's going to...
A little bit of contact there. Felix Weyer is going to say goal kick.
But overall, John, a great first half for this U.S. team. And answering the questions again, hey, you did it once against Paraguay. Can you go again? The answer to that question is yes.
Matt Freese is getting the count. He's got to go quick here. A 5-second countdown from the referee, taking the goal kick. And then Pepe is out jump, but did it last come off him? It did. It's an Australia throw. U.S. has got to stay switched on here. Final 2 minutes or so of this first half. We'll see if we go past 52 minutes on the clock, because we lost a lot of the first minute of stoppage time with the goal celebrations. Ream, a strong header there. Adams, a strong header. Balogun, and he takes a knock to the back of the head. Flo Balogun is down. Ends up as an Australia throw. Just caught the chin, it looked like, of big Harry Sutar, 6'6" Australian captain. So now again back on his feet, Australia with a throw. That's actually how they created their goal against the U.S. in the fall, was starting from a throw-in. Adams intercepts with Robinson's help. Tillman, nice little flick there. Pepe Ballia wants to run with it. Tillman, a lot of traffic, able to weave through it. Couldn't play the pass directly through. Justin McKinney is down in some pain. Freeman is driving forward. Freeman into the box. Inside Serginho. Oh, too perfect. First save of the game, Patrick Beach.
Dest is hungry for a goal. Great work from Alex Freeman. Look at all the yellow shirts he drags out of position. Now they have a 3v1. That opened up space for Serginho Dest, trying with the left foot to go to the far post. And Australia maybe trying to find something right at the end of the first half.
Taliano weaving his way through. Back to the near side for Jordan Boss. Final seconds. Final play of the half. Dest can't make the tackle. Boss driving to the byline. Freeman is there and ends up just kind of petering out for a goal kick. And look at the entire U.S. bench right now. Every single player is up, celebrating that defensive effort. That's the end of the half. It is another pressure-perfect half for the men of the United States. The only one goal, the late one from Alex Freeman, which was given after video review. Rob Stone of the crowd on the other side of the break. 45 minutes down, 45 to go in Seattle, where it's the United States 2, Australia 0.
FIFA World Cup 2026 on Fox is sponsored by American.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Team USA out there, man? I see you all out there, man. We got the lead 2-0, 2-0. Very good to see you, man. San Diego in the house. Look at him. It's the Buckle Bunnies. Yeah, you almost can't see them. I don't think they're ever going to make it back upstairs, though. Yeah, they're not going to make it back, I don't think. You might run out of bubbles before you get back up there. up, USA? How y'all doing out there? All right, I just got one question for y'all out there. Who would like to win $100? I got $100 right here. I'm gonna give $100 to somebody out there. Who wants $100? You want that? All right, you know what? I got this QR code that you're gonna scan right now. We're gonna go ahead and throw that up on the screen. Scan this QR code. I got 5 minutes on the clock. I'm gonna win this $100 bill right now. Scan the QR code. I got $100 just for you. Put it in your pocket. Yeah, try right now. Scan the QR code. You can win $100 cash. Right? You can buy like a Team USA jersey with that. And a half out there. 3 minutes and a half. Scan the QR code. Well, I win this $100 bill right here. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Scan the QR code with this $100 bill. There you see up there. Look at that. It's right here. It's right here. Look at that. It's real. Look at that. I'm touching it right now. I'm touching it for you. $30 seconds. Ten seconds. We're at 2 into 1. All right, if your name is, I'm looking for Ethan Blatton. Ethan Blatton. Come get your money. $100, man, right here. Come get it. Bring me your ID. Bring me your driver's license, your student ID, UTA ID student card, executive Costco business card, hunter's license, passport. If you don't know where to go, ask someone who works here. Right? I'm the guy with the big head. That's what she said. Bull ride, second level. Well, where's Ethan? Ethan, come get your money. Where's Ethan at? Come get your money. Not you. Dude, I know your name is not Ethan just by looking at you. More like Ernie, maybe, you know? Ethan Lanton, L-A-N-T-O. Oh, Blanton, I'm sorry. I forgot the B. Blanton, Ethan Blanton. There he is.
God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your
USA, 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 USA. Here we go, man.
And it's at a certain point, 15 minutes into this half, if you want to make some changes, we saw how the changes can free up some players and provide opportunities up top, whether it's Arena or others, but you just got to be smart about this. Yes, there's some young players out there, but there are experienced players out there that even if it stays 2-0, doesn't matter, you ride it out.
You hit the nail on the head, Lex. You got to be very smart, got to put in a professional performance. You talk about 2-0 being a scary scoreline. You have one goal, you let them back in it, so keep the pressure, keep suffocating them. You know, with the water breaks, with the heat, it's going to make it more difficult on them. Obviously, if we get the next goal, it'll kill off the game. But yeah, you got to stay professional and keep doing what you're doing. It's been really impressive and fun to watch.
You talk about suffocating them. The regains and the numbers around the ball when they lose it has been absolutely fantastic.
With the win, the U.S. advances to the round of 32. We'll see a post-game. For now. Back upstairs, John Strong and Stu Holden.
Rob, it is in fact going to be a triple substitution for Australia at the half. Nestor Aaron Kunda is going to walk into your picture in just a moment as the third. Cameron Burgess is the first to have his number put up. Jason Garia, who was the one who delivered the hard tackle that banged up Christian Pulisic in the fall, is on. Connor Metcalf, who scored a wonderful long-distance goal the other night. And the other goal scorer in that game, Mr. Aaron Kunda, is the third who comes on the field for Australia. How does this change their team?
My first thought is that this is going to be a formation change, potentially for Australia, but we'll see how it ends up lining up. They take off one of their center backs, bringing on a new one. They're going to come and chase this game here in the second half.
In the second half, in the glorious sunshine, a rocking Seattle Stadium, which is underway. So 3 changes, maybe not, 2. Okay, let's start with, why is the U.S. on the opening kickoff of the half kicking the ball out of bounds?
So the reason you do this from a U.S. perspective, or if they do it again, yeah, you're dumping it down into the opponent's half. Out of bounds, not ideal if that, oh wow, that's about perfect. Right down into the corner. They're going to take it by the corner flag. Couldn't get any better. So now what you want is you've got the team with a throw-in. You squeeze up, as you'll see once we pan out to the wide look here, to put a team instantly under pressure. And something Carly was just talking about, the regains. The U.S. like the game being played in Australia's defensive half. You want to squeeze them.
Now you're on the run. This is where they are so dangerous, but Anthony Robinson's there first.
But that's why teams do that. That's how this U.S. team wants to play. They want to be aggressive, and they want to make sure that they play in Australia deep in their own half.
All right, so how does this look different as you're getting a sense of it now for Australia with the subs?
So it's going to be interesting, the in and out of possession. Looks like more of a 5-2-3 with Italiano pressing up high. The other thing is they are pressing up, so I think Australia now trying to work on some regains. That should, in theory, open up some space for the U.S. in some transitions if they can play through that initial press. But these first 10 minutes are huge to make sure the U.S. do not concede anything here.
Hayden O'Neill of New York City FC and MLS battling with Anthony Robinson. Goal kick is the decision, and the U.S. were furious because they thought they should have had a free kick at midfield at the beginning of that sequence anyway.
But they've released a defensive player from their defensive structure to go and press the U.S. higher to try to limit some of that numbers advantage that the U.S. had in their build-out.
U.S. unchanged. You saw Christian Pulisic there. He's sitting on the bench. He's not going to play today. The calf injury he picked up really in practice, actually, in the days before the Paraguay game, and despite all the hard work, could not get it to recover enough to be able to play. The hope is he'll be available Thursday night in L.A. for the group stage finale against Turkey, which, as it stands, not to say it doesn't matter, of course, but the U.S., as it stands, are clinching a spot in the next round with a win. It could potentially, based on what happens later tonight in the other game of the group between Turkey and Paraguay, know for sure that they're winning the group by the end of the night, as Flo Balogun is fouled. It'll be late tonight in Santa Clara, California, the South Bay area. Referee of that game, by the way, Yvonne Bartone of El Salvador. And if you know that name at all, you know, expect some chaos. Those are two teams that are coming off a loss in the opener, have been roundly criticized.
in their home countries by their media are under an immense amount of pressure to bounce back with a win, and really each team needs a win. A tie keeps each alive, but doesn't really do them a whole ton of good. So that's going to be a wild one late tonight. Jenny tapped down the field, get a chance to speak to Jesus Perez, Chief of Staff of the U.S. coaching staff under Mauricio Pochettino. Jenny, what do you have to say?
Well, Jesus was very pleased with that first half, telling me at the moment we are solving what Australia is doing against us. We're attacking them at the right time and the right space. We do need to stay mentally strong in the second. I had to ask Jesus about that goal from Alex Freeman. Obviously, they had to wait for it. He said, we knew it was onside. We were watching it, but of course, a huge relief for us. And John, I got to say, watching that celebration from the U.S. team, one of the best I've ever seen.
And Jenny, was interesting is Dest is going to get first to that loose ball. And is that indeed a foul? It is. Couldn't hear the whistle at first. We heard one of the Australian coaches giving interview to Australian television at the half as well. They fully believe that it shouldn't have been a goal. They were arguing that Balogun from an offside position was impeding the goalkeeper, which doesn't really stand up to scrutiny and replay. But that was, like you talked about, their emphasis. Can they get some fresh legs on? Can they open it up and get on the run and put the U.S. back on their heels? Chris Richards opens it up to Serginho Dest. Great combination he and Weston McKennie had in that first half. Tyler Adams joining up now.
Well, there were some questions about who was going to come in for Christian Pulisic. What would Mauricio Pochettino do? Did you bring Tim Way and put him on the right and flip Dest? I don't think you move Dest a single ounce from that position on the right. He is so dangerous. You see him, he's second top guy from your screen up there. When he comes inside now and becomes unpredictable to make these types of runs from inside to out. Then he's wide, then he's in. He and McKennie, look, we'll talk so much about this throughout this tournament, but the two of them have got a really nice partnership together. You've got the solidity of Freeman, so Dest doesn't have to worry as much about the defensive side of the game. And I think that's just the biggest thing I've seen from this team and the way that they are set up tactically is that they have structure, but at the same time while having freedom and featuring the best qualities of all of these players in the right positions. Here's Dest again.
That was good pressure there to force just a hopeful ball forward for the goalkeeper Beach. It led to this possession for the U.S. That one is from Dest for Tillman. You can scan the QR code coming up on your screen. Vote for the Michelob Ultra Superior Player of the Match. Very similar to what we saw Friday night in that first half. Every single guy in the field is making plays, even if they're subtle and don't show up on a statistical sheet. As Robinson pressured off it there, Aaron Kuna gets the touch. Okan Angsler opens it up wide for Italiano. Anthony Robinson defending. Italiano cuts it inside, crosses inside. Tyler Adams is there to head away. Happy with some pressure. Australia wanted a free kick. They don't get it. Balogun's got space. There we go.
Blocked, ends up out for a corner. Gets caught under his feet. He's trying to look up and see where Beach is. The space was there. This is Round Australia, an example. They're trying to push and find a goal, but then they leave themselves exposed at the back. First touch is good, but that touch right there, the second one, gets caught under his feet as he's trying to separate to give him room for the strike, and then ends up being a great challenge from Chikati at the end to put off Flo Balogun as he was looking for his third goal of the tournament, and certainly would want that one back. And he probably will get that one back if this game will continue in that way. He's going to have room to run in behind this Australian defense.
The Australians would not have been happy had that landed in the back of the net with the amount of shirt that he added the defender. They would have been really upset about that. Here comes the fourth quarter of the game. Sent into a great spot. The second man there, that was Shirkati, couldn't get up to it, was able to clear. Tillman takes the bump, trying to control a bouncing ball. Irankunda brings it down. Alex Freeman is there to intercept the outlet pass. And Tim Ream, veteran savvy, extending by a week his own record as the oldest man to play in a World Cup game for the U.S. Just slows it down, settles it down. McKennie will find the angle there for Balogun. He's proving a handful. Able to turn and face on Shirkati. It's another corner.
Great running again, Flo Mulligan. And he does really, they're playing it quickly. He pins his defender really well, uses his body to shield and make sure that they can't come across and win the ball, drives his team down, wins that corner, which the U.S. took short.
Tillman. Do it again.
I'm sure everybody at home would want this game to go 4-5-0. This is the U.S. being smart here. They don't need to raise the tempo of the match all the time for 45 minutes. Be smart, keep the ball, exert your energy in the right ways, and if the space is there, go. But take seconds off the clock if you can.
Tillman again. Balogun was up for it. And Balogun head-to-head collision with the Australian defender. That's the second collision that Balogun has taken. One was to the back of the head. This is to the front. Chakotay there, the Australian defender. And the medical staffs will not come running out. Trinity Robin, who we saw pregame among the luminaries and celebrities here in Seattle, who doesn't want to be a part of this bandwagon right now? It's a good step meanwhile off the break. The U.S. has won it back high up the field as Jonathan Lynch is watching. That was the famous beastquake. They actually do have seismometers, is that what you call it? I'll look it up later. But yeah, I'm getting a thumbs up in the booth. All right. To measure, like you would an earthquake, the shaking of the building. And we had two big roars and big shakes here today. Freeman lifts it forward. McKinney brings it down. It'll be an Australia throw. And Russell Wilson in there as well. CR and his wife. Wilson is, among other things, a part owner.
And culture references are much better today. You know, we didn't.
Don't jinx us, man. Don't jinx us.
It does speak to the amount of people that want to be a part of this and attending a World Cup match in our home country here in the United States. First time on the men's side since '94.
Richards forgets too far from.
It's been a spectacle. The energy, you can't speak enough about it. Just soaking it in from city to city. We go. LA, get ready. We're coming back there for that Turkey third match.
That was a good tackle in the middle. That was Anthony Robinson not ready for it. Could be a foul. It's going to be an advantage here. There might be punishment coming for Robinson later as Pepe wins the ball. Referee Felix Barr is going to call that dead for a foul. It's an Australian free kick, and the question now is Anthony Robinson going to get a yellow card? He is.
This was not the foul that led to the yellow card. This was the second one, which I actually thought was a paid challenge from Pepe, but that was brought back, which actually ended up stopping the advantage. This was the tackle, yeah, pretty clear. Anthony Robinson trying to step across with his right foot. Italiano, for the first time all game, quite frankly, getting the better of Anthony Robinson. Robinson has been pinning him back deep. Seeing much more of an aggressive positioning from Italiano in this half. So they're trying to get really their wide fullbacks higher up the field to try to keep the U.S. back a little bit. But the problem for Australia is they've just been unable to keep any possession of the ball. And now they're in the set where they were that led to the U.S. chance. But they're going to spread out. They're going to open themselves a little bit from that defensive shell. So if the U.S. can win the ball, like that would stay.
It did. Well, the unfortunate thing is that came from a turnover from the U.S. and Robinson had to step in. So he's got a yellow card. Tyler Adams as well. He was shown a yellow card last week in the first game. If you get a second yellow card in another game, you will be suspended for the next game. So if Tyler Adams were to get a yellow card in this game, he would be suspended for the finale on Thursday. That's going to spin play for Pepe. Ricardo Pepe and Tillman. That was Anthony Robinson. But that yellow card accumulation is wiped out at the end of the group stage and then wiped out again at the end of the quarterfinal. Alex Freeman, Serginho Dest, Dest on Jordy Boss, and the double team will force him back. Tillman, early touch in, Weston McKinney wasn't quite ready for it. Fans from the Dest in the corner. Referees disagree. video review can take corner kicks away. They cannot give them when they should have been attempting to around.
Actually should have been foul, honestly. But this reminds me of the night Tillman we saw during the Gold Cup for the USMNT. He's so smooth on the ball. He just glides around the field. He's such a tempo player, so creative. But his work rate is so impressive off the ball. That's just why the U.S. has been successful defensively. Press from the front and makes the guys' jobs behind you easier.
Good work by Lucky there. Boss early cross. And when he was beaten to it there by Erkunda, he gave a touch to it. He did. And that's how you know that this is where it can be taken away if that was the incorrect call. Austin Dunker, the video assistant referee, based in Dallas at the International Broadcast Center, will be having a look at it.
And it has indeed been changed. So there's Erkunda coming across. When a player is that adamant, normally you believe them for something like that.
Really? So if you just yell loudly, we should believe the players more?
And if it's not, you still try anyways. That's the nature of us players.
But it's interesting because number 2 Ream at one point was shown a yellow in that first game. Ended up being taken away. Matthew Leckie is down in pain. 35-year-old, long-time veteran of this Australian team. His 4th World Cup. No one expected him to be here at a 4th World Cup. He had a series of injuries. After the last one in Qatar, it had been 2 years since he'd been called into Australia. When he was brought back in the last few months, and Tony Popovich saying just what a terrific job Leckie has done as a 35-year-old to have the second wind of his career and get back to this moment. And now he's getting stretched out. Australia have made 3 subs already of the available 5. It's a chance for the U.S. We're a little bit shy of the second half drinks break, as they call it in Australia, from a cricket standpoint.
I'm still scratching my head a little bit about his selection process coming into this game. I know he put Leckie into the lineup, but he took his 2 goal scorers out of the lineup and then rectified that at halftime, bringing these guys into the game in the second half. But I don't know whether that was tactically that he felt it gave him a little bit more solidity behind the ball, and his plan was to bring these guys in the second half and be more aggressive, but they've gotten to that, and we'll see if Leckie can continue. It looks like they're preparing another sub for Christian Volpano.
Will they make the sub now? He's ready to go.
This is an interesting player for them as well.
They will make the substitution now. That's 4 out of 5 for Australia. And Volpano, another born in Australia, Italian parents, was playing for Italy's youth national teams and just made a switch 3 weeks ago to play for Australia. And that's his World Cup debut now on the field for the banged-up Matthew Leckie.
Yeah, just his second appearance for Australia, but he is a player that is very dangerous, 1v1, creative type of players. Going to give Australia a little bit of a look if they can find him in some space to get turned and be a provider, but he's a very attacking player.
He's going to sneak in between defenders to bring that ball down in the air. Weston McKennie, great ball. Adams beaten to that in the middle by Metcalf. Now they're trying to get Erkunda on the run. Richards just trying to play the angles. Erkunda doesn't have much support. Waiting for that support. For his backward shot is blasted over. That was Volpano. Just on the field, his first touch.
And there's going to be a review here for a player that went down in the box off that run. If there was contact, it was Volpano talking about that creativity. He gets the ball in good spaces, gets turned, and the way the pass is very good. This is the speed they want from Erkunda. He runs in behind. And the incident that ends up coming, no, there's not going to be a penalty because Tyler Adams doesn't even see Metcalf's run as he's coming across, and he just catches his heels, but he's not looking at him. It's very incidental contact. I do not think that'll be a penalty.
Mark Clattenburg, what about you?
Of course they will review it, but I agree with Stu. He's coming from Tyler Adams' blind side. Tyler Adams doesn't go to block him. He's not even looking at him. There's a natural coming together, and I believe that the VAR will not interfere with this.
And you were both correct. But another little, just a reminder for the U.S. of where this can get dangerous, and that was You know, Clint Dempsey, Carly, and Alexi talking at halftime. It's why it's such a well-worn cliche in our sport that 2-0 is the most dangerous lead, because Australia pop one in and all of a sudden they're a goal away, the momentum shifts, the vibe shifts, everything can change in a heartbeat.
And it'll be interesting to see how Mauricio Pochettino manages his bench here. And I think potentially looking to give his team a little bit of a lift in energy and guys off the bench that will be key. And right on cue, the crowd recognizing they want to give the team a lift.
Tillman, out of Valiant, Pepe's open in the middle. Valiant trying to get under control. It might fall to Pepe, it's played, it's pinged around. Great little feint turn there by Hayden O'Neill. And Australia getting out on the run. Good work by Weston McKennie tracking back to Slope Boss. Force the Socceroos back. And minor later tonight on FS1, the other two teams in this group, Turkey against Paraguay in the South Bay area, Santa Clara, California. Coverage begins at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 in the evening tonight here on the West Coast on FS1.
I'm just wondering if Mauricio Pochettino would be thinking about bringing on an extra midfielder to beef up his midfield and counteract some of the changes Australia have made. That was almost even Kuma for paces like this. Yeah. And you can hear a little bit of uneasiness right now. That free's barking at his back line. I just think, look, you played the two strikers, you got the 2 goals. It's not that you're going defensive by taking a striker off. You're just giving your midfield a little bit more dynamism and matching that extra man that Australia had now and solving some of these situations pressure-wise. Because look, you have to keep it against the back right here, struggling to play out of the back left. We're trying to take the ball, so don't forget.
Here he comes in the air, trying to lay off, but Paul Metcalf wants it, Metcalf has it.
And you need somebody to up against the ball, influence on the ball, to help in the build-up. You will struggle to clear the lines, Richard wants it away, Adams puts it away. He had time and space, but just because of the pressure, you don't want to take any chances. End up getting some good pressure on the shot at the top of the box.
Tillman, great work to win the ball, rides the challenge, tapped it away from behind, no foul by Italiano. Because it was the Australian fans behind Freeze's goal who were roaring after that one. Freeze, gotta be careful, Richards, contact there by Aaron Coda. Australian bench is going ballistic right now. Austin Docker, very experienced VAR, will have a look at this behind the play. But it's getting a little bit dangerous there at the back for the U.S. Valiant keeps it in play, wins a throw, and now we find out whether anything is coming from that. And it looks like Fitzfire has waved his arms and waved it off.
No, it's not enough. And Aaron Coda's not getting to that ball anyways. But Chris Richards using his body, but shoulder to shoulder, gets across from there. But I'm curious now, how do you respond here in this moment? Australia's pushing, they're building momentum, they're buzzing around the field. Heard so much about this team being more mature from 4 years ago. Handle the emotion of it, but also at times, put your foot on it, calm the game down. You don't want to get sucked into this type of game when you got 2-0 lead.
Great tackle by Weston McKennie there. We're about a minute or so away from the second half break. Might be coming at a good time for the U.S. And that's something Tyler Adams heard the ball said it was last week in Orange County. We now have seen everything we need to see in a World Cup because we lived it 4 years ago. As the Australian fans down the right making a little burst of noise, here come the Americans. Freeman wants it, and it's on too late. And Adams takes a shove there from Volpato. And that's part of it. It'll start to pop back up. Freeman from Dest, and they'll cycle it around. And a handful of U.S. players getting loose right now. Still yet to make a substitution. Australia just one remaining sub in this game. Robinson making a big run. Reed trying to find him. Robinson tracking over his shoulder. And we'll just tail go out for a throw. And that will take us into the break. The match break presented by Lenovo. Midway through the second half, the U.S. managing things very well right now. There's going to be a late charge coming from Australia to be sure. 2-0 to the U.S. here in Seattle.
Okay, here's the deal.
USA fans out there, we're in the hydration break. Good thing we got bars. Yeah, both levels. 38 hydration break areas.
It gets really interesting. The goal for the U.S. now is to keep the pressure on a little bit. I think they could be a little bit more aggressive with some of their passing still. It's too comfortable passing it around the back and keeping possession. Keeping possession is fine, but you've still got to put a threat to the opponent to force them to stay back and be a little bit hesitant in the way in which they're pushing forward. I expect to see some of these subs soon. I think the U.S. need it, and we'll see which changes end up getting the final goal.
You can see top of the second. It looks like Sebastian Berhalter is moments away